There we go. Hello everyone. Oh, that's very bright. Welcome to last 5 seconds of practice before quali starts. But yeah, so I mean, you know, the long story short, now Genesis Magma Racing has esports team, and I drive for GMR Esports along with my colleagues Colin and Jesper. We're both at spa 6 hours at the moment. But I'm at home to make a nice stream. Right. Well, thank you everyone in the chat for the congrats. It's been quite some months. I mean, in a way, it's been difficult to not guess what I'm joining, but at the same time, it's such a strange one in a way, or unexpected one, that probably it was not that straightforward to guess it. Okay, well, I have a lot more to say, but I need to do this quali. So one thing, the livery. You see, it's not the Genesis, it's the custom livery, but there is some artifacting that has been fixed 2 days ago. But then we had another fix for the livery. And now it's broken, so sorry about that. Hopefully gonna be fixed sooner or rather than later. And also for my intro of the stream, eventually there will be a Genesis driving around instead of the Porsche and the Valkyrie. Now I'm forced to stay on a shit game. I mean, what sim racing game is good at the moment? I don't know. This one is my preferred one for now, of the big ones. But anyway, you guys have seen me race with some weird Korean names, Korean drivers. Gyumin, Hyukin, Youngchan and Rokyong, together with Jesper and Colin. Well, that's quite a big team. They are all Koreans who have also sim racing beginnings, but are now driving in real life as well. 2 of them will do the Nürburgring 24 together with Verstappen. Well, not together, but like they will share the track in a couple of weeks, and so on. So it's quite a nice one. Project Motor Racing, of course, the best of the best. Battle Worn livery. Yeah, I really don't know. Like I don't want to bin it. In the showroom it's fine. No artifacting at all. Now when I load it, even on max details on track, there are artifacts. But some previous version of livery had no artifact, so who knows? Where is the rotation? Well, tires are cold. It's a competition to be least shit for now. Well, it's been a couple of weird weeks for LMU, with FFB of many people just oscillating to oblivion, just rattling the whole steering wheel and the whole sim rig apart on many different wheels. For others, they have been getting game crashes and GPU driver crashes and so on. Well, FFB for me at least has been spotless whole time. Of course, it's still vague, but I'm able to drive, which is fine. And what more can be said? I'll miss wingless pleasure. So one more thing. You know, I was driven from when I was born from what's it called, maternity hospital, maternity ward. I don't know. I was driven home in 1991 or 1992 Hyundai Pony, I think it was said, and or it was called. And since then we've always had at least one Hyundai at home. I still have a Hyundai Accent 2004. Also 17 has been my preferred racing number. And look at that, Genesis drives with well, Genesis as the performance and luxury brand of Hyundai. Genesis drives numbers 17 and 19. What a coincidence. So, yeah, big league. Well, how much time I have even? Oh, I have overfueled anyway. Right, maybe next lap is gonna count a bit more. Yeah, so the thing is, before I was with Rafa Racing Club, they were like, well, I was the kind of the star of the esports team together with Jesper. Now, it's like they sponsored my streams and promoted my content and so on. But now the star is the car, the brand. So I was never really, I never really wanted to be like, I don't know, like a star or like a big name or anything. I just wanted to well, race and show how to race well. I think it's gonna be a couple of... where is the... Well, that's not how to race well. The tires are still cold. So they will not really interfere or want anything from my social media in a way. Which means as well that I'll have less support than at Rafa, but at the same time I will still be able to drive whatever I want. I'm not tied to this car. Of course, for the special events and for events that we do with Genesis, of course we drive the Genesis. But you will still see me drive other cars in live streams if I wish to do so outside of what GMR is doing. So that's nice. Let's see if we get ahead of Falcon. Yeah, I mean it's a funny situation. I've seen a post from Drago Esports earlier today that they are closing down. So like at the same time teams are being created and at the same time teams are being closed. Oh, I only have one chance in this quali. Oof. Okay, need to find a second. But yeah, like big teams like the Vitality with the old IRG guys, they said that when others are closing down, they are building. So like it's a really like a balancing phase. The teams that can endure in these situations or can find benefit in these situations will keep existing and will build for new era of esports or different era of esports than it was 5 years ago. I should have loaded the Go setup. I've loaded my like our Imola setup from the Imola special event. It lacks a little bit of something for Fuji. Come on. It's good. It's survivable. Not gonna be pole, but it was a bit of a messy lap. And no iRacing. Oh yeah. Oh yes. That's an important part of it. They wanted me to do iRacing predominantly. I mean, okay, there is no Genesis in iRacing. There is Hyundai Elantra N. You know, I don't like iRacing. I don't like front-wheel driven cars. Now Hyundai Elantra N is combination of both, which is not quite a fortunate thing for me if I was to drive it. But so these guys like Gyumin Kim and others, they like I think he has 9K iRacing or iRating. Like he's a proper iRacing driver. So that's a funny situation. Wait, what do I have to do with the setup now? More fuel, of course. Unlimited tires. Okay. Oh, I am the second of the Genesi. How to make a plural of Genesis? Is it just Genesis? Genesis. Somebody from England, help. Ah, and the BMW. Right, so 40 minutes. I guess it's just full tank from here. Wet? Ah, that's still a visual bug. It would just be Genesis. Okay. Is it? Nah, it's trolling the wets. I mean, I just click start driving. High grip, yeah, it's no wet. Of course, normal. People have a lot less energy than I just gonna drive with full tank. Double bop. No practice, too much fuel. Let's see. The Peugeots should be easy to overtake, at least if I have some pace. Okay, long time no LMU. I kind of forgot how to drive it. I had to skip the stream with the Valkyrie, like the VMS Pro race, because I didn't want to race during F1. And also I arrived home during quali anyway, so it wasn't gonna be a good one anyway. Before that, yeah, well, like 2 weeks without stream. What are we doing here? People ahead not really doing 60. Oh, yeah, okay. Right, let's go. Come on. Okay. I had a good idea of going around the outside, but Fuji T1 around the outside. What are you doing? French drivers. I don't know. French car. Right. P6 lost the position. Those Peugeots really accelerated. They tend to not have the best of the launches. Mr. Le... Oh! Mr. Le was a little bit enthusiastic there. Double toe. We know the rules. Inside is much better than outside. Okay. One place, not two, but it's an overtake. Yeah, this car is quite fun. Probably one of my LMU favorites, but it has some weird features. Of course, it's LMDH, so it hates to stop. And then you keep locking up the fronts. But if you move brake bias to the rear, it's gonna snap. So it's a tricky situation. French party for the lead, I see. It is kind of Oreca in a way, yeah. It is kind of like that. Why yellow? Ah, Ferrari. So another feature of the Genesis is that it's rather hot on the tires. Not sure if it's like that IRL, but especially the rear axle, kind of like Ferrari, funny enough, in LMU. It's up the rear axle more than the front. Magma Racer. Hello, hello. Magma Racer. Sounds good. So yeah, let's see what Genesis decides to do. Like it should. I mean, in iRacing, probably at some point they received the car as well. Like I think. Well, I don't know how exactly it works because in real life in WEC, the Genesis cars have Le Mans Ultimate logo, so it's actually quite a partnership between Genesis and Le Mans Ultimate. So not sure how they're gonna go about having Genesis cars in different sims, but I don't think they're against it. Oh, what is that about? Okay. I mean, that's the Genesis on the brakes, right? You cannot really attack too much. Not overly happy to see the Peugeots escaping. But yeah, I mean, on this setup that I have from Imola, the left side at least is quite fairly balanced, temperature-wise. Yeah, we need to gain half a second. It's so weird, like, when you start braking, it feels like you're never gonna stop. And then you kind of squeeze the brake a bit more and then it locks up, and then you really don't stop. But if you just kind of accept the behavior, then it kind of stops. Like this apex now was really nice for turn 1. BMW on straight line. Not going to be easy. 2-1X, wow, okay. Thank you, Johnny. Oh wow, okay. How did I do this overtake? Around the outside. Well, the BMW drove very cleanly, didn't try to squeeze me off on exit or anything, which is nice. But I was kind of lucky with kind of perfect speed that I happened to carry into the apex. Okay, can we catch the Peugeots? Well, you know, Genesis factory, it's in France as well. Well, Genesis factory, it's Oreca chassis. It has a bit of yeah, it's in Le Castellet, near the Paul Ricard circuit. But there was this LMU competition some weeks ago, right? Where top 5 earned the visit to the factory. I don't think the times are known yet when they are going. Traffic time. Oh, there's a Verstappen liveried Mercedes. I kind of forgot how to stream. I hope OBS is properly set up. If I miss some messages, feel free to just repeat the question. I'm gonna get the majority of GT3s on the straight. That's good. Never go around the GT3s there. Everything seems to be a-okay. Thank you, thank you. Good to hear. Sometimes OBS just resets everything. Looks like it's good today. I use SimiCube. SimiCube 2 Pro. Starting to hit these apexes. Where are you going? This is multi-class. Beware of the other class, please. This was a little bit unfortunate, but overall I think I still gained in the traffic. Well, still one car to go. I wasn't signed by Cyril himself, but Cyril himself did have to say okay to everything, of course. But well, obviously Genesis themselves don't really have any knowledge about esports, so they cannot just organize a team themselves, so of course they hired people to do it for them. Yeah, I knew the Lambo would diagonal across. Hello Rodrigo, lot of Fords. I've heard that the Ford is actually quite OP on some tracks again. But honestly, been long time since I've last made a deep dive into GT3s, so I don't really know the situation. But I am quite happy to stick with Hypercars and LMP2s for some time at least. Though honestly, in my Discord, link in the description, there has been some debates about LMU and about the tire model and everything. And I am not really suffering that much from the tire model, although I can feel, ooh, what's going on ahead. The Mustang dives the Peugeot. I don't struggle with these tires too much, but I still struggle just enough, or... Okay, I'm missing something, so... Might do some R Factor 2 now and then. I wondered about Formula Sim Racing actually. Might jump in for a race. I think they have Baku this Sunday. Not sure about it, I don't really have time to prepare, but... You know, the situation with tires in LMU is just such that... Being a slip angle fan myself, I'm happy to not have that over rotation on the rear, like sliding, drifting everywhere. But at the same time, I still want to slide a little bit now and then, so... On Saturday I'll be doing the historic Trans Am series again, Bathurst. That's gonna be fun. But about GT3s, I don't know, let's see. LMP3 is amazing, but there is just no occasion to take it. There should be like a special event with only LMP3s or something, maybe, like a team event. But if LMP3 is normally used when you have ELMS events, and then of course I take LMP2 because it's a good car, good fun to drive. Thank you, Supernova. But it's amazing, you know, to still have Jesper as a teammate. We've been teammates since 2019. And then to race together with Colin Spork. I've not been teammate with him before, but we've raced against each other for a very long time. Now we're all three together, joined by the Koreans. And you know, sometimes it may be a bit of a worry, because sometimes you might join like a team, sim racing team, where you have, you know, in theory I could join Genesis, and then there is a couple of Korean drivers who would love to drive, but they would need a lot of coaching and would just have no pace. But now these all four guys that we have now in the team from Korea, they're so fast that I'm scared. It's not easy to beat them. And you guys have seen that a couple of times. We had a proper battle, at least when we still drove the LMP2. I think it was ELMS, 6 hours of Paul Ricard or something like that. We had a proper fight for P1. And luckily, with how good the netcode is in LMU, the internet or the distance from the server is not really an issue. But then again, when we know that Mr. Gyumin Kim has 9K I rating, then you know he's gonna be fast in everything, right? And he's won some, was it touring car races in real life as well? From Korean Championship. And as I said before, I think Gyumin and Yangchan, I think them two are gonna be racing Nürburgring 24 hours as well. So it's a really good situation where I can actually kind of learn from them in a way. And I don't need to just like coach them what lines to take, but actually look at them. Well, I can say like 1 or 2 lines maybe better, but they get some ideas how to drive that I can really learn from. And can do clicks on the setup themselves. Oh, look at that second gear rotation. I didn't even need to downshift. Closing in on P1, P2. I hope the tires don't get close to 90. Hyundai Accent Hypercar. Oh, I drove my Accent for almost an hour today. It was such a fun. I mean, it wasn't a joyride. I had to drive because of stuff. But you know, I'm comparing it to the Skoda Superb that I have as well. Automatic, just a land yacht. So spacious, so good, so safe, but just driving experience alone. That Hyundai from 2004, where they were deemed like just the cheapest possible small family cars to move around. Man, it's so well balanced in corners. It just grips, it rotates, it sounds like a race car. I don't know, maybe just they could do cars forever, but they never really managed to market them as such. But hvala Gašper, hvala. Time for round 2 of Verstappen livery. Santa Fe, oh yeah, that's a nice car. I don't really see... Oh, what's going on there? Uh-oh. Alright, that's a freebie. What what are they doing? Round outside, bad idea. He's angry. Okay. Top speed. And there we go. No Ferrari. Good Ferrari. Yeah, that Peugeot is still one of the best cars. Come on. Two Rayleigh engines glued together. They go fast. Yeah, that's two different Red Bull liveries. Funny to see. But Peugeot looked a little bit quick in the mirror for a moment. I will hit that apex one time, eventually. Ow. Oh, thank you. What is that Peugeot doing? Like, that's quite scary. Oh. Snap for the leader. Party on. Four tenths. That's probably not enough. Look at that. Poor Peugeot. But he knows that I don't have brakes. Oh, he doesn't have brakes. Just need to be careful with P3. Suddenly the front splitter. Is there a back splitter anyway? Some splitter will be shown on the inside eventually. Bit closer this time. He will defend the inside for sure. He won't, okay. Gonna be hard to outbrake. And I'm on quite high downforce, you know. And the Peugeot with big rake exploit, or however you can call it. Ow. Well. The nasty battle. Okay, all good. I think it's a different sound anyway. They have done quite some running with Genesis IRL, so they have the sound samples. And with all the LMU cars, the sound is really good. Like, all the needed frequencies are there. It's just tuned a little bit to the maybe soft side, like it doesn't feel as raw as Race Room or ACC. You just need like an equalizer. Although when you race the actual car, you have all kind of air protection, so you don't really see you don't hear what the onboard microphones record. Track limits, interesting. It is slightly understeery, and then again I could just increase rear ARB +1, but my experience with Genesis for now is that if you do that +1 click and you don't really practice it, you will get a big snap, like in the last sector here at Fuji. I mean, at Fuji I think I did 5 laps before, just to check the Imola setup, felt alright. It's a funny BMW. I keep feeling this micro lockup on the front inside, so I just keep releasing the brake a bit, and then I just shoot across the apex. We do have quite similar pace. Genesis, all about front ARB. Overall, this tire model, like on many hypercars, produces just weird results with ARBs. I was looking at the Peugeot head, kind of about to miss the apex, and then I messed up myself. So some cars just prefer really stiff ARB. Of course, then we have the Alpine that doesn't really have normal ARB, so you need a lot of springs. Then you have the Ferrari, which has that strange front behavior, where ARB, you just need to test it, you cannot explain it. I think with Genesis the anti-roll bar behaves different than Ferrari. Maybe it's similar, well, not to Valkyrie actually. Valkyrie is kind of on the stiffer side, sometimes even on the rear, because it doesn't like to rotate. But I think Genesis is kind of like Peugeot with anti-roll bars. I've found myself driving similar settings. But it's LMDH, it just hates those lockups. Well, it introduces lockups very quickly, and then the balance is just very bad. Thank you for the apex. But you know, with Genesis, if it's hotter conditions, now it's 26 and it's Fuji, so it's kind of low energy track, low-ish energy track with not too hot conditions. The tire temp is fine, but if it's a higher energy track with hotter track temps, then you're just forced to lift and coast anyway. And then the brakes are fine if you kind of... Ooh, ow, that was a big one. When you start lifting coasting, there is less problem with micro lockups.
and you keep the tire temps down and the car is happier. But of course you need to lift and coast, which is not the most optimal. I will need a bit of luck with traffic to catch Chapler for P1. Mario, good evening and thank you. BMW, what was the BMW? Was it... Oh, I kind of forgot the ARBs that I used in BMW. I've driven it for quite a long time. Apex. Not quite. Might get lucky with the GT freeze here. Actually, I got unlucky. Or thereabout. So 4 laps to go. 15 laps of fuel, oh no. But 40 minutes is kind of close to the limit on one stint. Usually it was 45, 50 minutes per stint. But I guess Fuji is kind of on fuel safe side rather. Like it's easier to save fuel than on many other tracks. Now I hit the apex too hard. Yeah, this could get close. Dizik, thank you so much. Yeah, well, when we have any esports here in LMU, of course then the plan is for me to drive the Genesis. And yeah, fix the bugs, of course, fix the tires. But of course they all know they have to fix the tires and the bugs for the general public, and then the esports are after. Till then it's kind of community esports, you know, with special events where you have your Verstappen sim racings and the Falcons. You now have the Genesis, Ferrari Sports, Williams F1 Gaming. There are some teams that visit these special events, and then we kind of create kind of esports without esport. But it's still top level prep, top level strat execution. Alright, traffic is given. Another chance. Let's use the LMDH characteristics. Get ahead. Defend. Rotate. Accelerate. Let's go. Okay. Nice. The straight line advantage is just scary. And there goes the Peugeot with 20 kph apex speed advantage. I mean, I did race a Peugeot around here. It was super frustrating. It just doesn't accelerate. And then you're just in the rear of any other LMDH. So much quicker. And then you all put the power down. And the LMDH goes off like LMP1. What was that, a Peugeot? Yeah, actually TC on Genesis is quite a weird one. I found myself having to use rather big values, and then it just restricts the acceleration quite a lot. But if I go -1, I just get big snaps sometimes, randomly. I think everyone driving the Peugeot behind me is getting caught up with how early I have to brake. No more traffic, I think. Yep, that should be it. Pedals, Heusenfeld sprint. No pressure. He's gonna send it. But he doesn't have anything on throttle, so... Oh, here we go. Overfilled a bit. But setup was good, car was good. I drove alright. But that's it, P1. P1, P1, P1 with the Genesis. Genesis, GMR Esports. Yeah, sorry about this again, like the artifacts. You know what? First win as officially esports driver for Genesis. Donuts are mandatory. 4th gear donuts, let's go. Actually quite hard to make donuts when the rears overheat that much. 500 Celsius. Grip is gone. Kimchi donuts, oh yeah. Neutral steer donuts, look at that. Look at the tire temps. Where are they going? I'm gonna touch the gravel, unfortunately. I have 3 minutes to register for the next one. Did they say 6th gear donuts? It's 7th gear donuts. Come on, 2000. I'm gonna stop at 2000. I don't really have time to watch the replay. Nah, I don't have time. I will load up the replay later. I need to load to register before I get kicked out. I shouldn't. Click out of there, online. Daily. Wake experience. register. Should be the correct one, yeah. There we go, 2 minutes. David! Oh no, we have the race winner. David with the Lambo. Okay, let's turn on the music. I was thinking of loading the replay, but or the server, but in 2 minutes we will not achieve anything. You were in the P5B. Ah, okay. Thank you, Ashton. Was nice battle around turn 1. I was really surprised. I luckily braked it in the correct spot to just carry enough speed around the outside. David, you'll crash. Okay, well, I fear I'm gonna crash as well. You know, Genesis is quite, let's say, aero balance on the Genesis is quite front oriented. So you sometimes get quite a bit of front bite. So you feel that most if you go to Valkyrie and then to Genesis. It's just night and day. In Valkyrie you're like asking the car to just please turn in, do something, please. And it eventually maybe turns a bit. Genesis you kind of turn a bit, whoa, it just goes into the corner, relatively to Valkyrie. Of course, not even Genesis has any bite compared to R Factor 2 tires, let's say. 7 splits actually. So I did 1 lap. And then I did another lap and I crashed. So I just went +1 rear wing and saved the setup. So should be fine. I mean, for Genesis, I have done the Barcelona setup for Go setups. I have done the kind of low downforce setup for Paul Ricard. Although that one is just kind of an outlier because of how bumpy it is. I just needed to do kind of bad clicks for grip just to survive that weird Paul Ricard with flat out first chicane because of that big bump. So I don't really have... we did Imola setup, that's high downforce as well. We don't really have a low downforce Genesis setup at the moment as GMR Esports. Of course, there is a Go setup, which I have loaded, and I put some my own clicks on top of it. I hope it's gonna survive. King, thank you. Well, P6 in split 1 is still good result, right? Physic, if I answered, how do you know if LMU plans or is already working on tire changes? So, I mean, you know that I'm, or like it's officially known that I'm part of the alpha test group, together with some other esports drivers. Problem is we don't really get much information about it, although it's a bit of a mess, isn't it? It's not ideal, the situation overall. Wait, we have 1 lap, one attempt here. So 17 liters of fuel should be fine. It's not the bestest of situations, and if there was easy fix or even medium fix, it would be already fixed. But it's not fixed yet, so I know that, of course, they know that some people are unhappy. They know that probably real-life drivers are quite unhappy because they had access or like they had help from many real-life racers. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Problem? CJ, GG. Thank you, Chris. Yeah, factory driver. Factory esports driver. Okay. I'm alive. Good to see. Yeah, Gumin. I think Gumin and Yangchen. think they both do. NERP 24. Gonna be quite an experience for them. Yeah, alright. Could be alive. Breaking time space. Ah, it was 0. 0 on the time. So, single shot quali. Oh, I'm on softs. Green track. Wait, it's hot. Nah. Do we have unlimited tires here? Ah, we don't have unlimited tires. I messed that one up. Anyway, let's quali on soft. Why not? That's fine. I can do it. And then I take mediums for the race. It's gonna be a very slow outlap. Fuel is alright. Okay. I didn't really want to put you on grass, but we kind of I kind of pushed a little bit. I still left space on the outside, but then we kind of tapped a bit, and then we got tangled, and I just couldn't rotate. And I just tried to kind of half throttle out of the situation. Jerry, you missed the race. Well, you can scroll back. I don't want to spoil it for you, but if you want me to spoil it for you, I'm gonna spoil it now. It was quite a fight, but in the end I got the P1. It was quite a race. So let's keep the tire temps down. I'm gonna go slowly. Actually, many people are on softs. Maybe the softs are better for single lap. First on leaderboard. Okay, that's fair enough. Oh yeah, the driving the Peugeot, I know the feeling, I know the pain. I really know the pain. It's just impossible to battle against LMDHs. They just disappear out of last corner. Just impossible. And I wasn't on max wing, but I was on very high wing, let's say. You e-sported someone. You know, I don't know, maybe subconsciously a little bit. You know, because when you get dive bombed, of course you try to survive, try to leave the space, but you're just... If you're trying or not trying, you will be a bit salty about it. So maybe I pushed... I e-sported or pushed him wide more than I would if it was just a normal battle when we would be side by side before already. Maybe, I don't know. You judge from the replay. Just checking something on my OBS. Okay. All right. So, what temperature is required for soft? If I start with like 60 Celsius, that's gonna be fine, I think. It's gonna go quite hot quickly. Any reason for running low ratio instead of low V? The reason is Go setup. The Go setup has that as a base, so... But, I mean, you can do each, it doesn't really change anything, apart from sometimes, maybe if you don't want your opponents to know how many laps in quali you are doing, not let them know your strategy, you can just take 100% VE, and then your fuel ratio is hidden to them. But if you go out with, I don't know, I mean here it's single shot anyway, but if it wasn't, maybe if it was a wet quali, but like wet quali at Imola with 15-minute session, then maybe some people might be between doing 2 outings or 1 longer outing.
Then you can reveal, or like just mental or like mind games you can play, but no real benefit for the pace. Okay. Actually, why am I hiding? I'm actually hiding. I'm hiding. I have the wrong preset for the fuel. That's still from VMS, I think. Let me load the preset. So warm up the brakes a bit. LMU. This one. Robert, thank you so much. Tires are a bit cold, but they will be overheating by the end of the lap. Right? No crash, no cut. Here we go. That was far from cutting. Tires are a bit too cold. And now they gripped up already, but I carried too little speed. Okay, that was a messy sector 1, probably 3/10 off. So one thing I noticed with Genesis, it doesn't quite have the ultimate top speed. Or I don't know if overall the hypercars got slowed down. But like it goes 330 maybe, once the tires are up to temp. LMVS announcement, that would be great, I wish. And now the tires are happy. But no purples. Yeah, I think the Ferrari and like Valkyrie, they go 334, 335 maybe. I am like 5 kph down. A lot of rotation on the exit here. Usually it's understeer in other hypercars. Yeah, messy. Before, for now, at least no crash or no cut. Sector 1 3/10 at least. Last chicane 3/10 easy. Okay, not too bad, not too bad. Might need a click or two for race just to stabilize it a bit. I mean, yeah, I'm still under contract, so I cannot. I'm under 2 contracts. They both like with Go setups and with Genesis now. They both prohibit me from showing my setups. But you will
understand. Or you will forgive me. So the rear is dancing around a bit too much. But on power it's a little bit understeery. Kind of want to maybe increase coast a bit. Potentially. Yeah, if I decrease the rear ARB, it's not gonna be good. Maybe +1 front ARB. And a bit of coast and preload. Okay. Now, race. 1 hour race. I'm the first of the Genesis, so that's nice. I'm the only Genesis. I don't know how the bop is for Genesis around here. But well, 1.8 to David. Well, he did the setup for Jaime, so he knows how to drive. I don't know yet. I use Motec, yeah. So, well, as I work with Go setups, we have the Go Fast thingy, the program as well, that has a setup optimizer and a bit of a telemetry tool there, like more on a more approachable level. But I still love to open Motec after every click and every outing to check what's going on. 1 hour race. Track is hot. I am thinking of taking funny tire choice. But I don't know what others take. When I click start driving, I'm locked in for this. They are all on mediums. So here's the thing, the Genesis really heats up the tires. Maybe they're gonna change the left side at the pit stop. Let's see. But like I'm gonna hit 100 Celsius at some point. So maybe this is now the point where, like hot track and so on, maybe that's the point of conditions where it's better to have cars that are lower on the temperatures. Your Valkyries and the Peugeots. Quantum, thank you. Maiden is better on the Ferrari and Porsche. Okay. Well, let's see what happens. Well, my lap was kind of bad. So I would assume I have a bit more pace than people ahead, although it's, you know, single shot Le Mans quali. Nobody will ever really fully nail it in these situations. Thank you, Marvin. But you know, for VMS Pro at Monza, I was thinking mediums and maybe changing the left side, although that was an 80-minute race. I skipped it anyway in the end, but most were on hards. And I think my temps here will be higher than at Monza. So yeah, let's see. Let's see if left side is happier or right side is happier. Start will be a bit funny probably. Either way, let's have a nice one. bit of understeer. Oh, that was such a lockup into turn 1, like I hoped I'm gonna stop, and I stopped. Just about. Car stability... Well, I mean, Peugeot is more stable, of course. But it's not bad. And honestly, I don't really know how the car balance is. I've done 3 laps maybe. Overall, 4 now with quali session. And maybe 5. But not more than 10 either way, so I don't know how the balance is. We will find out. But it's the Go setup base, so it should be fine. Although I did some clicks, so if I crash, I am the one to blame. Peugeot here is a disaster. It used to be quite bad. And then for some time it used to be good. And then let's see about the strategy. Not sure, I think we have to just lift and coast very marginally to get 12 laps. Yeah, the Lambo is a funny car, quite fast, but it has that weird suspension behavior. Yeah, potentially it's fixable, the weird oscillations, but I've never really worked on the car, so I don't know. But Sven did a really good job with it for the Go setups. Like, I really mean it. Okay, how's the pace? Christiansen with the Porsche is not really escaping at the moment. He's not fuel saving more than I mean, I don't think fuel saving is needed here, it's just full push 12 laps. But, well, the hearts are not too bad, looks like, for now. LFM Pro, I don't know, I think I just felt like I currently didn't have the spare energy to do it. I felt like it wasn't important enough for me to go into it. Had a couple of weeks on kind of maybe half break. I had less streams, my content has stopped for some time as well. But I mean, it's been kind of some weird months after I departed from Rafa. At Rafa everything was just fully organized, and then everything stopped, and then I just had to find out what I want to do. And I was like, it wouldn't make any sense to stop streaming, but at the same time I don't have really time or skill to do a lot of editing. I mean, I think I can make a good edit, but I might just sit here for 5 hours trying to edit well. It's just better. At Rafa it was better as they paid for the editor. So now I'm kind of in search for an editor, effectively. So yeah, when all this is happening, and then of course talks with Genesis, although that has been done quite some months ago, we just waited for the announcement now. It was just such a situation that I wasn't like, well, let's do another series. Maybe next season. Let's see. David is escaping. $25.9, $27.0. Yeah, I lack a second. That was expected. But let's see what happens when the mediums start overheating. The hards are 85, it's still mediums territory at this point. But it's gonna get hotter. Well, track temp not, but tires yes. Disappearing slowly. Well, again I wonder what happens on the straight line, because it's not going even 330, right? Or just about touching 330, but hypercars used to do 333, 334. But I have a good chance to have a good fight with the Porsche for P2 at least. Exits. Yeah, I mean, I would need to practice more, of course. Way more performance could be found in practice than I lose potentially by top speed difference. William, I was a bit off. I was indeed a bit off. When was my last stream actually? It was VMS Pro, I think, but not the Monza one, it was the Interlagos one. Or actually I think it was Imola 6 hours, and then the R Factor 2, the Trans Am Historics. That was 2 weeks ago. So yeah, a bit of break. But now we have the Genesis announcement, and the plan is, well, actually I'll be probably leaving for 2 weeks. We still have holidays, or like a bit of seaside adventures to do. But yeah, the reels and stuff and more live streams could happen. Well, as I said before, when I was with Rafa, they sponsored my content creation, so I could do more. Now I don't really necessarily have a huge incentive, so I'll be doing like 1 to 2 streams per week. And I do have a couple of ideas for really good videos, long form videos, but yeah, I need an editor. And, more problematic, I need to pay an editor. But let's see. what is that push understeer? At least the tire temperature balance, front to rear, is good on the left. But this is now slowly the condition where the hards become better and better compared to mediums. But yeah, I mean, overall, I am now, like, my main job is to be esports driver for Genesis Magma Racing. And content creation is number 2 then. It's inevitable. That doesn't mean that now I have worse content, but it means I will have maybe less content. But I mean, 1 or 2 live streams per week are still nice, and the racing in LMU is good, and well, R-Factor 2 racing that I do is still really good fun. Even though RF2 is much less popular, of course. But I enjoy the racing, so I will keep streaming the Trans Am Historics. -12 and no change. What do you mean? Others will change tires, or? I mean, it's a fair strategy. Stargazer, well, it's not easy, so I tend to just brake a bit too early, and it's easier to then manage the entry. Even if the apex speed is not optimal, it's still better than just trying to nail the braking point and potentially missing the apex because of micro or macro lockups. Ooh. Okay. Slipstream is back. My lap was quite nice. It was a cut though. He got a cut and I still get a slipstream. Yeah, let's see the top speed now. .334. Well, I was gaining a bit, but I would have expected that I would gain a bit more in the toe. Yeah, the haptics, of course. They do help. I do have the Sim 3D haptics on my brake, and I have actually set them up very sensitive. But they correlate quite well with what I feel and what I hear. It's just easier when you can feel it in the foot. Porsche, one of the fastest in the straight. Okay, yeah, it is. And this slipstreaming is actually quite good for the tire temp, as I am forced to lift and coast a bit more. But this is now looking like, what, high 26s. I'm still missing a second to David. Yeah, fifth gear here, I don't know. Fifth gear is just bouncing against the limiter. I just prefer sixth. Actually, in general, I prefer higher gears with the Genesis. I keep looking at the gap to David and I don't know, I have some distant dream that maybe for some reason I can eventually catch him. But I should focus on the battle for P2. Alien pace low 26 into 25s. Okay, copy. Gillison signed up for the next one. Nice. I mean, let's see how much pace I can find during the next 40 minutes. Wait, how is Gillison signed up for the next one? I don't think... Can you sign up for the next one if it's more than 1 hour in advance? Although, okay, it's less than 1 hour. Makes sense. Yeah, I plan to do the next one as well. So yeah. Substituteless, thank you, thanks a lot. It's really gonna be some fun years. You know, I hope the Genesis is never in the situation where it's just hopelessly bad on Bob in every track or on most tracks. That would be terrible. But if it's gonna be reasonable in most tracks, it will be really fun to finally like properly sweat one single car and really fully learn it in the whole depth, because I don't think I ever did that to any car. I mean, for Tatum Race Tech we did quite a lot of work. We worked with David on that Ferrari. So we beat the Italians at Monza by 3/10 on pace, that was good. We didn't have quite the pace at Paul Ricard in the end, but it was still like, I still won the championship. For the Valkyrie, felt like there wasn't, I don't know, I just clicked and just didn't really find anything easy or medium difficulty gains for VMS Pro, so I just abandoned hope on it. But you know, things like different cambers, dampers, so there is some stuff that you always just kind of click around by feeling and never really fully scientifically process. Hope we can finally do that with the GMR Esports now. I mean, hope. We will do it. Let's see what happens. The high wing. I mean, yeah. It has quite some front, so it needs the rear wing then to stabilize it. And it doesn't really benefit from low wing, like top speed doesn't increase drastically. Going from 5 to 1, let's say. Porsche struggling in Porsche curves. The classic for the last 2 years. Oh! Okay. I don't know what happened, but I didn't invalidate the lap. And I'm still alive. Lipstream. Beautiful. Yonsam, thank you. Thank you so much. It's a really good one, you know, in these situations. Well, let me battle first now. Now, what is that? BMW. Or was it a Lexus? Let's see if Porsche wants to come back or if he wants to save fuel behind me. But what I wanted to say is that I mean, I've been trying hard to also live stream for 2 years just to make LMU more popular. Even if I added alpha % to it, it's still worth it. And now we have Genesis as the official WEC team joining in because the game is popular enough. Really, really good. So, GT3 is coming up. And if you say that low 26, high 25 is the pace, well, I have 5 laps to do it. Did you see that rear little wiggle, like very late on the brakes? It just kind of, I don't know, like just half stepped out without, like I just saw it, I didn't feel it. But it wasn't over the limit. The rear is quite stiff. Tertre Rouge traffic coming up. Am I far away? No, I need to lift. Wasn't the bestest of traffics. You're the reason I got on. Well, there you go. Like that means that I'm happy that I was able to make part of it, part of the popularization. I mean, I didn't expect we're gonna get kind of ACC-like or iRacing-like tire model at some point. No, I'm gonna lift and coast there. It's gonna get me back anyway. And we are not clearing the... We are clearing the... Half clearing. I should just have gone for it before. thought I'll be closer and just overtake back into Indy King. P1 docks coming to LMU gonna get crowded, right? I mean, I don't know how many LMU specialists they have at P1 docks. So they have already done some LMU setups, right? I don't know exactly, but you know, it's... There are not many people who are willing and able to do good setups at top level. So I don't know. I know that many Go setups are really top level. Of course, some can always be improved. But overall it's a good system where you can just download setup, use a bit of the telemetry tool or like the setup improver software to get your balance where you want to be. It just works. Now with P1 docks, I mean, if you come from iRacing and you trust them and you just want to stick with them for the ride, to try LMU for a bit, then I guess it makes sense, but I don't know. It's not that easy to, like, I don't even know whom they have as engineers. Keeping fourth gear feels good. I mean, I think strategically it would be better for me to stay behind. I don't have the top speed. Looking at the gap to David, if he changes tire, he's not gonna change tires. I mean, I don't know, if I overtake, he's gonna get me back. If I don't overtake, we're just slowly losing a little bit of pace compared to David, but nah, he's gone. I miss content on LMU as well. We have raced different combinations many times. But they did say they will have some announcements at Le Mans, right? So let's wait 1 month. Hope for some stability fixes, FFB oscillations fixes, UI fixes. And then let's see what they have. Like the track team, they have top tier track team. They must be doing something. They will not just idle there. On Daytona is announced on every Stephen Hood video. There is a picture of something that has Daytona in there. It's mostly the Le Mans second chicane, right? Or is it the first chicane? But still, I'm taking it personally as announcement. I hope I'm correct. Asian Le Mans tracks, yeah. Asian Le Mans would make a lot of sense. David on low 25s. I feel slow. I think I can do high 25s now. I think I can. Do I go for it? Side draft. I mean, that's the ideal way to cooperate anyway. Overtake, and then he gets in my toe, passes me back, and we just keep lifting, coasting a bit, saving fuel. But there is no pressure from behind, David is gone. Oof. Slightly late for him, but all good. I guess he was more stressed when he was off track than I, because I thought it's all under control. Porsche brakes, I mean, they're not much, or they're not any worse than the Genesis brakes. Hvala Dok, hvala. Come on, that's gonna be 25 if I can nail it. Well, I had the toe, so that helps it. Okay, even without the toe. 25-0. David did 24-7. Alright. At least it's good to see there is no significant bop issue. It's just my skill issue. Now let's see how much I gained in the slipstream last lap. Hello Yoko, thank you. Yeah, like it is kind of unexpected for a company like Genesis to jump into it with such a big embrace, but it's so good to see it. That was a bit deep into the chicane. Yeah, I will keep Aston for it's just Le Mans remaining. If I don't keep Aston, I basically get rid of all my points because of how the rules of VMS are. Well, honestly, it doesn't really change anything, because top 5 get free entry without a pre-qualifying for the next season, everyone else has to pre-qualify again. And the Aston has been so miserably off pace that I just didn't have a chance. So I'm not gonna be top 5 anyway, even if I win Le Mans, I think. Need to check, just in case. The Valkyrie should not be that bad at Le Mans, I think. Let's see. We're gonna drive this very road tomorrow morning. That must feel nice. Ah, that curb is bad. I can pay the college. I mean, we have free college here anyway in Slovenia, which is quite good because the standards are really high, at least on the natural sciences. Like physics that I studied was just top tier. It was so good. Shame that I was too lazy. Well, happily I was too lazy because I spent a lot of energy on sim racing, and that worked well for me. David box, interesting. He's gonna change tire or something. Let's see. Ah, because of traffic, of course. I am, William, I am indeed. Actually, gonna be a double one quite soon. So, summer is gonna be fun. But well, I mean, for a relatively young man from Balkan or from Eastern-ish Europe, not to be a father by years that I have, it's not too common, right? So it kind of makes sense. But yeah, thank you. Well, the guy wants to sit in my lap and drive. Of course, looking at the trackside stuff like all the trains and the ambulances and the firework vehicles, or what's it called, fire trucks. He doesn't understand he needs to drive straight yet, but eventually. I mean, that's extra positive side of things, that I can do work from home, or like sim race from home for most of it. Well, some of work was traveling to Maastricht and to London and to Belgium and so on, like, or to Monaco in the past years when I had the LAN competitions. But I prefer to travel across Europe, of course, than travel through Ljubljana in the rush hour times every day. So it's good that I can work from home and have a bit more time, or I can organize my own time, because the only non-movable thing are the races, of course, and some team practices and meetings. Well, apart from Go setups, I don't... that this is my job, which is still unbelievable dream. I've been having this freelance company through which I run the sim racing stuff for 7th year now even. I never expected it to last that long. It still works, and it's gonna work for a couple of more years at least. Why was pit stop not requested? Anyway, box. 50. Well, should be gonna be 6 more laps. I'm gonna take 51%. Okay. I mean, it's living the dream until you go out for your 130-second quali attempt and the setup just doesn't work and you lock up into turn 1 and you just don't want to do it anymore. But you know, it's a job in the end, and I love to do it. You know, somebody has to win. Somebody has to beat your Team Red Lions and your, well, Verstappen Sim Racing, your Falcons, your Williams, your whatever. The Italian guys, they will not just... They need somebody to rub the paint on. As I exit into... Wait, that Ferrari behind is a lap down? But David did not change the tires and he's just gonna drive into the distance. But it's sports, you know. At the same time, like it's great and good fun and like it's gaming and sports at the same time. Of course, it's good fun. But as with all the sports, if you don't do well, it's over, which is not the best thing to think about. And you just need to constantly work on not losing the confidence. I was happy to see Michi doing well at VMS Pro at Monza. He was really happy after it, because he was kind of losing his hope of being good in this tire model. I mean, it's not his main job, of course. He has actual job in Germany. So it's not that high pressure, but still. But you know what helps me sometimes when I feel like I don't have pace? Well, what does not help me is this Peugeot straight line speed, but what helps me is just telling myself something that's actually a fact, or maybe it's just cope, but I'm telling myself I can always just work harder. I didn't ever in LMU ever try to really do everything, put everything that I have into the setup and on the strategy and in the driving. If I just do more and better, I'm gonna gain a couple of tenths. So that's what I tell myself. And if I finish P5, I'm like, oh, of course I finished P5. I could do a lot more practice, but it just wasn't worth it, so I'm P5. It's a good one, isn't it? A really, really good racing excuse. Oh yeah, I can do whatever car I want. Actually, so it's kind of a lot more disconnected now, the races that GMR wants to do, and overall all my races that I want to do. Like at the Rafa it was kind of linked together, or like before with Burst Esport. Whatever I raced, of course, for Burst was with Burst Esport livery, and then I had the Rafa livery when I was with Rafa. But now, I mean, let's say on Saturday, what is that Mustang doing? On Saturday I raced Trans Am Historics in R Factor 2. I could have a Genesis livery on there, but it just doesn't make sense, right? Or I don't know, some Formula cars, if I do some R Factor 2 in Formulas. Genesis livery on a Formula car, it's a weird one, and they don't really care that much about it. They just want some fast LMU drivers to drive their beloved hypercar fast. And they don't really care what else I'm doing, so... Well, that's good and bad at the same time. supposedly there will be no esports, like GMR Esports social media, but they will actually collaborate, or like they will post stuff, the big stuff, on their actual main GMR channel, Genesis Magma Racing. I don't know, let's see what they do. So then for me, I don't know if they will want to collaborate with me, with mere 1,100 followers on Instagram. Do they want to collaborate with small channels like that on a post? I don't know. Let's see. Maybe once if I go full in and I do good videos and good streams and good content, maybe I get 30k subs, and then they will be more happy to do it. But at that point I'm not esports anymore, I'm then suddenly a content creator. Although that's just such a unique situation. I think, well, we have James Baldwin. He's the only real kind of content creator that actually still does races for esports, like his Redline or like Verstappen Sim Racing contract, that he doesn't make content out of. He doesn't stream the races. It's just actual for performance, which is in a way weird if you have so many followers. But he wants to do it, so he does it. Rafael, hello. I think I need to check, but I feel like it's just lacking some top speed. I don't know what's going on. And I didn't really spend time on doing the setup. I did like less than 10 laps. Oh yeah. So I effectively loaded the Go setup and I compared it to my clicks from Imola and like that we did with GMR team and some other clicks from before, that when I worked on the car for Paul Ricard from Barcelona, and I just put that into the setup and hoped it would work. So I think I'm not having massive rake, I don't have too much rear wing, but it feels like it has a lot of drag, and at the same time, like rotation through this corner it's scary. I missed the apex now because I was scared of turning in more, because the rear would snap. It's quite positive, which is nice in a way. Lucian, thank you, hello. Well, the Lambo is a good car. It's always been good on the straights, I think. But yeah, David himself, of course, is a very fast driver. Around the outside. That was optimistic, but it worked. When the Porsche goes on throttle on the exit, it goes diagonally straight to the exit curb and cannot back out of it. Top speed looks par with other setups. Okay. Yeah, hot. The tires are hot. Yeah, that's a thing with the car. Like it feels good now on the hards. I'm not struggling. The pace seems good, relatively speaking. If I did an hour or two of prep, I would be maybe closer to David. EX, you were early in Fuji. Ah, okay. Bottled after getting pole by 1.1. Well, that probably doesn't feel too great, but not too bad to have the pace to get the pole by 1.1, right? Had a winter bottle. Yeah, there you go. It's quite good to have a winter bottle. Most don't, right? I don't have news on Le Mans Virtual, unfortunately. And I don't think anybody will have any news when people are launching their games after the updates and patches, and their wheels are absolutely self-destructing from whatever FFB glitch happens on that day. And the UI doing weird stuff sometimes, and it has to be fixed first before LMVS can be talked about. That's really... well, that Mustang didn't look like safe to go around the outside. But yeah, 2 years of LMU, more than 2 years, and we just wait. Stuff goes slow. But we do have 7, 8 peak players daily, right? Well, it wasn't 7, 8, it was in the past weeks, it was more like 6, 7, right? I just checked the Steam database. It was 6, 7k. That's good numbers, one way or another. And we just hope that people stick with it until we get more content and stable game and good UI and esports and Daytona and Nordschleife. One day. Yengar, thank you. Yeah, I have new old teammates. So it's Jesper, who was my actually my manager at Burst Esports, but also the co-driver in Le Mans Virtual on R Factor 2. And then we have Colin Spork, who was never a teammate before, but we were racing against each other for years. So we three are the kind of LMU pros. But then we have Gyumin Kim, Hugh King Kwon, Young Chen. How is it his surname? It's Rokyong Kang as well. So at least I have remembered the names and almost all the surnames. So, but it's all four are really quick in LMU. They all have gold or platinum safety rating, and then they are like silver 2 or silver 3 on the DR. And as I said before, Gyumin Kim has 9k I rating. The man is quick, and they all drive in real life as well. So it's a really good situation. And then we have Jesper as well, who like he drove in real life as well. He drove the Formulas, he drove the GTs, and now he drives like kind of taxi laps or instructing. Well, okay, just about stayed on track. And Colin works with Formula E with Nissan, right? I'm the only one that doesn't really have other motorsports related jobs. That's fine. But either way, it's a proper team. But if we have an iRacing special events with Genesis cars one day, we have a team. Well, Jesper was iRacing Pro 10 years ago. Yumin maybe 2-3 years ago did most of his iRacing stuff. others as well. Like, yeah, we can do different sims. It's a bit too deep. But well, it's just 2 laps to go anyway. I'm happy that I have taken the hards, they feel good. But at the same time, I'm the only one on them. I don't know, maybe I just take mediums for the next Wake Experience race. Oh, I have forgotten to turn off the filter. Wait, I'm gonna... Nah, it's not safe to do it now. Yeah, it's I have this monitor color filter. When the sun sets, it goes dark and goes reddish. So it's now super dark. I will fix it after the race. Although, do I feel like I need a Windows challenge? Was it the UCOG that had the Windows key pressed by the cat? And then the whole game disappeared? I had F-Lux, but I have... wait, I have the other one now. Light Bulb. It's supposedly a bit lighter of a program, but I don't know. It also has this toggle on-off. Or like you can make it for certain games to exclude them. So it turns off when you launch the game. Although when I drive alone, like in the evening, I kind of like this color scheme. So if I have a practice session at 10 PM, it does not kill my eyes, you know, like with the blue colors, it's easier to go to bed. But of course, when I stream or do esports, I need normal colors to stay more alert, and of course, for the stream not to look like there is some crazy filter. But yeah, I am a full-time sim racer, effectively. You could call it like that, yeah. And of course, if I lived in more Western Europe, that would not be possible, but GDP of Slovenia is low enough that I can earn, well, a good living wage from sim racing. And about transition to IRL, like I would love to try, but I don't have the finances for it. I would prefer to buy a house first, or like to move out, to spend the money moving out of this old block. That's a Ford that's out of fuel and out of will to race. But we have one more lap. And after 60 minutes of driving at 40 track temp, Delta is green. Funny. I have to say that the Genesis is a bit stiffer over the bumps. I think the bumps, the curbs, destabilize it more than some other cars. In a way I have the connections, yeah, that's true. So, you know, with Rafa, racing club when I was there. Like they have quite a bit of that scene to real. Like they have Mr. Ian Porter, Team 6, that went from esports, well, not even sim racing esports, he went from CSGO, I think, yeah. And then into sim racing, and then they made him do the IRL racing. So the plan was to have the sim racers for Rafa at least do some testing in the like IRL, but obviously it didn't work out. Although we didn't like we had to depart from each other by kind of necessity in one way or another. We wanted to keep cooperating, but the situation just didn't allow for it. So maybe one day we can still talk and fully finish everything that we have agreed on. Maybe then I can get a drive, some race car. They have some GT4s. If you lift in that corner because of understeer, you're just gonna fully lose the rear with the Genesis. Okay. Finishing with 25.3. Well, the pace is good, you know, like... Okay, now let me quickly fix the issue. There you go. Let there be light. Waiting for Vic indeed. I would love to do a virtual endurance championship again, but yeah, lacking driver swaps in hosted. Flashbang. A little bit. Yeah, the camera was adjusted to this color, like light intensity at least. Okay. We have 10 minutes. The next one, I think. Let's check. Or firstly, GG's. What? What is that about? Ah, okay. The start was interesting. Good luck for quali. Or what do you mean? Right. Here, I was like on the brakes and then the left side is in the green stuff, on the green track, and I have hearts on the left. And I was, please stop. And it stopped. Squeezed him a bit, but well, he was already going for off track a bit. Alright. Nothing too crazy. Livery. Where was he going? That's the worst. Ferrari. I mean, not much more to it than this. That was it, right? The move was not really anything special, I just drove through him, he lifted. Okay. Christy, thank you. State on TC override potentially, or, you know, in LMU the TC works in a weird way. So he might have TC on a level that works well on the racing line, but he was going over a bump. Maybe the TC cut was like too low. So he went over a bump, he was on green track, he had a bit of cold tire, and then the TC cut just always cuts to exactly that percentage, so maybe to 50% it cut. And it wasn't enough. Maybe it would have to cut to 40 or 30. And it always just cuts the throttle, which is not like
what TC does IRL. Anyway, register for the next one. Come on. Ah. Clicked twice, nothing happened. Isaac Gillison. And Mr. Ulrich from the Gold DR part of stuff. Why was it like it was a black car for a moment? Anyway, we are in. Ah, this is the fast guys that wait, why is that? Wait. Work. No, it doesn't work. Does this work? Is that question mark orange and this one is yellow? It's a different color, right? Is it? I think this one is orange and this one is less orange. Or this one is red, orange, and this one is just orange. Red badge that killed you on purpose. So I've heard that reports like that get rarely nowadays looked at because there is this automated system that kicks people out for stuff like that anyway. Orange might be banned not too long ago. Because it says the same thing. Has recently been involved in a higher number of incidents. Colombo. Yeah, they're all kind of orange. Okay. So it is different ones. Okay. I didn't know about it, to be honest. Music back on. Wait. Too loud. So I have 5 minutes. I'm not gonna join the practice server, but what I wanted to check is the Fuji race replay. If I may. Those banned, it's a red X. Ah, okay. Okay. I see. Interesting. Right. So the Fuji race that I did before, I have 3 minutes to check stuff. So the start was kind of funny. David, do it. Beat Gillison or slow Gillison down for me. Underdriving. Yeah, I mean, I don't know how it is with Lambo. I was like, should have gone inside, right? Of course, but then we are 4 wide. That's not gonna work. I just saw this big gap. I thought, well, maybe if they survive, I can go around outside. I was just leaving way too much space. I should be turning into here. And then I would maybe... Yeah, I would be there now and accelerating maybe even P3. But Fuji T1, I was kind of late on brakes and then I was kind of reluctant to rotate more because you don't know what's going on the inside. Triptych said Colombo was the S tier, right? The fastest LMU driver that anybody has ever seen. Or alternatively, whatever his pace is, he's the greatest LMU driver. I don't even know the full story about it, but it's just a funny one. Wait, I was... so this was it, yeah, P6? Still P6? I'm gonna run out of time to check everything. Ah, yeah. Then he had the tank slapper. That was the move for P5. Ah, this was a funny one. Double toe on the inside. Outbreak. And that's an overtake for one position at least. But this was a good move around the outside. I think he defended too much. Too much on the inside. Too shallow of a line. This was an interesting as well. And then we start catching... Ah, yeah. Then the good stuff happens ahead. What are they doing? Oh, yeah. Ow. Double ow. Yeah, he just went through, but then I have the top speed. So bye-bye. I have a minute. And then I was just trying to catch him. He went away, then the traffic got us close. So second to last lap, I go quick in a straight line. I brake just late enough to make the apex. And that's it. Yeah, that was a fun race. Yeah. Joining. Come on. Hello? Why is it showing me the... Restart game. Ah, crash report. Send report. Restart. Why no LFM? I tried to explain before. I just didn't have the energy or like the time. I felt like I would rather save my time. Okay, it's the correct one now. Join. I need a little bit of glucose. So I think we take softs, right? Softs were fine before. So yeah, there is a chance that you have softs on the right side and mediums on the left. It's a fun one as well. But anyway, I think I'm gonna do what I did before. Wait, one last click on the setup. Just check something. I didn't save my race setup from before. Maybe I should have done that. Okay. Let's do it then. Oh, we have Mardukovic as well. This is gonna be quite an esports split in the end. I mean, about the tier list, it was kind of a funny stream, right? Like I got sent a link and I just had to click on it, and then like it's just complete nonsense. But in a way, it's a fun way to waste some time. Couple of softs, couple of mediums ahead. But let's do a slow outlap again. Anyway, need that for the tire temps, I think. Not too slow, we need some temps, but not too much. I think I was just a bit too cold in the previous race. It's like 55. Need to target at least 60 now. Anyway, does anybody here know why these artifacts happen, like this GMR Esports logo here on the fender? We had like 4 or 5 versions of the livery when like I was checking it in game, and they were double checking if everything is fine with the material settings as well, with the metal flakes. And on one livery these artifacts were not present, they were gone. It was just crisp logo. Then suddenly they reappeared for no reason. They are not there in the showroom in the game. They just appear when on track, regardless of the details and textures and everything. A bit annoying. And we cannot figure out what's going on. Well, I mean, I saw the TGA file, and again, like, it just... The editor sent a screenshot, like, after he... Oh, okay, he sent, I guess, from Photoshop. But again, like, in the showroom, when you load the livery, they weren't there. And on the old liveries, they were there, like, these artifacts around logos. They were there, we could see them, and they fixed them, and then they were gone. And then they fixed something else, and now the artifacts are back, but only on track. Only on track, not in the showroom. In LMU, you load the livery, all is good. So it cannot be the compression. Or I don't know. Need to double check what was the change in between. Get some temps. Okay. I think it was 25.5 in quality 4 that I did. Let's maybe do a 24 now.
better Sector 1 than before. Hello Arnold. Hello, hello. I was the most glazed. Copy. I mean, they were asking like for, or like researching for which achievements from the past to put on, and then it's kind of a difficult one because in sim racing it's hard to say which achievement is more important. Some of my best wins were just done in some very irrelevant series. Although pole position for the first ever Le Mans Virtual 24 is quite a good one anyway, in P2 in the race. But you know, like winning Virtual Endurance Championship, it's not really crazy achievement, but it's a good one. Yeah, I don't know why I'm adjusting motor map, it doesn't change anything. Lock up. Koch did 23.8 with softs. For 1, okay. Ooh, that's tight. P5. That's tight. 2.5 tenths of P1 at Le Mans in single shot quali. Wow, okay. Okay. Now what? Big history book. That means that I'm not the youngest anymore, right? Setup. Ah, forgot to save it. Anyway, what did I want to do? A bit more of a differential, a bit more of front ARB. That's it. And now we take mediums, right? Or should we go hard again? I guess I stick to mediums. And the hards were nice. Ah, the mediums runners can do the second lap. Oh, okay. Yeah, they're gonna improve level here. Let's see what he does. Mr. Question mark. No question mark. Exclamation mark. Delta. Oof. That's gonna be tight. Delta, stop going negative. Don't go 4. No. Go back to 3. Thank you. Stay there. Stay at 3. Thank you. Beautiful. So he goes nowhere. Biller got... So second lap on mediums is the quicker one. Interesting. Anybody else? Oh, I got 2 exclamation marks right behind me. Why am I in the pit lane? Wingless Peugeot? Nope. Is this wingless? No, it has a wing. I want to take hards again, it felt really good. But now let's check mediums. Let's check what the tires say. Okay. P5, so P6 has the warning badge, P8 has a warning badge. At least they are on the right side into turn 1, so... I mean, they will do just fine, right? They will not crash. Koch actually has a Red Bull livery. Didn't realize before. Can we finish on podium? Would be nice. Is this now the esports way to do the starts? There we go. Koch just has a shocking start. Couldn't do anything about it. Quintuple toe. the exclamation mark sandwich for me. What am I doing? Need to stick to the draft. Here comes the Ferrari. Kick the nose in. Kill my draft. Oh my. Yeah, that's so that's just amazing, isn't it? I need the toe. Yeah, if they keep battling, it's good. Yeah, I am lacking the top speed. Five tenths, a bit of a draft. Well, yeah, it's not mean wing, but it cannot be mean wing. It's gonna be slower. I am doing go setup still, but actually I forgot to do something today. Will do tomorrow. But it's kind of the hypercar building phase. It's kind of cooled down a bit. Most of setups are created. At least until the next update. But yeah, I did a couple of setups, like I do a couple of per month, it's not really anything crazy. Interesting. Like the guys from Vitality, Yosk and Chinchik, they do many setups. But yeah, I'm living off sim racing somehow. I'm just waiting for some Ferrari to smash into me with his rear. Oh, they are battling so hard. It's not drive Genesis only, that's not the case, so that's nice. I will drive other stuff still. Now we're stuck in this position where P5 doesn't have the pace, but he will defend maybe for dear life. Ah, he won't. Thank you, good decision. Now I need to catch the next toe. Whitehead. Well, Whitehead is doing nice video thumbnails for CDA, right? Oh, tires are hot. But I need tow desperately. Not like that. Ah, White. Okay, I get it now, yeah. Yeah, he was stuck to Ferrari. Poor man. I mean, if the car is handling fine, of course, and the bop is good, then not poor man, but still. Oh, gonna be so hard to catch the toe. There's these senseless dive bombs in the first laps and you lose the contact. What? Off goes the Ferrari. That was a Ferrari moment. Before mid-25s. I don't know if I can do mid-25s at this point with the Genesis. That's a lapped car ahead, right? Wait, no, that's just a lockup for somebody. Oof. But I'm better on virtual energy. And I need to keep lifting coasting a bit because the tire temps are gonna go too high otherwise. At least the pace is better than in the previous race from my side. So the mediums are fine, let's say. Now the Ferraris behind, they are not slow. I don't think it's gonna be 50 minutes of driving alone anyway. Losing 2 tenths there. Wasn't a huge lift and coast anyway. I think I just did not carry enough speed through the slow left. Okay. On to podium. Game freeze. Ah, poor man. Wonder if it was the graphics driver crash. So who's next? Biller or Koch? Bunch of stutters in full lobbies going through there. I mean, it could be that you're approaching the pit lane, like there is this big Ferris wheel as well, and... Oh! Scary? Was that me? Or was that the server? Oh, I'm too deep. Alright. Salvaged it. I mean, it could be GPU or it could be just the game being game. Ulrich is coming. Oh, they are all fast. P5, P6. Gillison thought he would be more of a danger, but maybe he was kind of crashed off a bit. What is going on? Dear Le Mans Ultimate, you are supposed to be esports ready 1 year ago. Five years old. I mean, my RTX 38 is 5 years old, effectively. quite sketchy through 4 chicanes. I remember Ferrari being a lot easier through there. Thank you, Fabio. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, there has been stuff said about memory leaks and stuff. I don't really have worsening frame rate anyway. You cannot put... Oh, that's weird. Well, I stream with 1440. If you're in for too long, stutters will randomly appear. I mean, that's either some memory leak or just the whole system, like the PC overheating. And that's a cut. It's not a cut, okay. I mean, I'm kind of catching Koch. At least not losing against him. But honestly, these websites and apps like Instagram and YouTube, I have so many problems with them. It just sometimes just breaks, doesn't work. On Instagram I tried to change my bio today. I just couldn't do it. Said I'm at 150 of 150 characters. Despite it was like 10 characters in there. And I couldn't delete. It was just stuck. So I restarted Instagram and then it worked. Sometimes LMU, sometimes Instagram. And then OBS as well. Big programs, many people use it, but sometimes it just fully resets all the settings for no reason. Keep carrying too much speed into there. I think I have a Ferrari breaking point in my mind. Negative user experience, yeah. Oh well. So, traffic. Can we benefit? Would be nice. I'm getting stuck. A little bit. I don't know, maybe the Ferrari is... Maybe he has quite some rear wing? Or what I think is happening is that the Genesis just has better exit. It builds the speed faster, but then it hits a brick wall of extra drag. Well, he was kind of stationary on the right side. I thought he wants me to go left. And then he diagonaled across. Traffic into Porsche curves. Double traffic. Beautiful. Porsche balance. That was a huge loss. Well, that's gonna be nice. Can I get all the all the GT3s? Probably not. But some are riding the white line, some are not. How can I know? And here I never know if the GT3 will run wide or leave space on the left. Hard to communicate. Ferrari, yeah, it's more and more a Ferrari split. But I'm not losing too much against Koch. And somehow I'm keeping the train of kind of faster cars behind. Or at least it feels like they're a bit faster. Yo to game, thank you for the sub, welcome. So the tire temp is actually quite reasonable. The mediums are indeed the better choice, I think. I keep messing it up. Fully went away. I didn't expect that. But if I try to make the chicane, I had a good chance of just losing the rear. Roading in GT3, indeed, it does feel like that. And I do both at the same time. Leave the space, but still squeeze you out. Come on. 25.9, I can do it. GT3 quali time, I have no idea. Maybe if you scroll back on the stream, maybe I have scrolled up and down in the end of quali. This stiff rear, like when I start going on throttle, sometimes the rear just feels like with the Genesis that it just wants to violently snap despite very high TC. I think my rear is just a bit too stiff. But it is quite a pain to set up the Genesis for top speed. It's just gonna start bottoming, like it's gonna be bouncing on the packers like crazy. You just need to stiffen it up and then you lose the grip. It's not an easy one. We're just matching lap times. And now Ulrich has gone back into P4. Oof, it's gonna be tight in the pit lane. That was a nice lap. 10th of Biller, okay. We have some pace. MP4, MP5. Oh, Ulrich had a problem, I see. They are really costing themselves chance of a podium, just battling so hard. Love to see it. Ulrich spun, okay, copy. track temp starts to drop down. But the mediums are better than hards. I didn't expect. I think when I was practicing offline, it was potentially hotter track or something. Oh, that's a wrong line. I think I could do the 0.0, but I'm just not precise enough. Or maybe the tire temps. The Ferrari is slightly cooler. How much practice to warm up after not driving much? Well, for Fuji, I loaded up the Imola setup and did 3 laps on tire warmers. For Le Mans I did a bit more because it's more of a stability problem track. But I did like, well, 5-6 laps. Which is not much, but you know, the setups were kind of alright. But the point of this stream is not really to do big prep, but just to enjoy. And Fuji was really good. Like, I love it when I start finding the pace in the race. And it's never just full push according to muscle memory, but it's just feeling where the grip is. And then you find a bit of pace, and then you can start catching the leaders, and then you battle the leaders, and it's really, really good fun. So David boxed this lap in the previous race. I think he was scared of traffic. I don't think we get traffic now. Ah, messed up at 24.9. Okay. Fun debate the other day about throttle and brake overlapping. I think that's kind of an iRacing discussion. Or iRacing problem. Like it depends, of course. If you do it, you just waste a little bit of fuel. But if you're doing just sprint or full push, then why not? I mean, like in this situation here, we are running quite open ducts to cool the tires down, so the brakes are cold, so why not just do a bit of an overlap to heat up the brakes a bit already with extra throttle, you know, I don't think it's really that important. I think in iRacing it's more of a problem because the brake is kind of it works kind of on that McLaren F1 from 1998, or was it 1999, when it just keeps rotating a bit more if you have a couple % of brake on all the time. And then if you add a bit of throttle to that, I mean, still you have instances where you are just like 80% throttle, but just add a bit of brake for some rotation. I don't know how it works, but I don't think it's like I think it's an issue blown way out of proportions. The overlap, like, I don't know, it's not a big deal. Anyway, why is the game telling me 61% VE required? It's not 63 required, it's 50. Box. Oh, we're gonna go do ping pong. Almost. I think there's a bit of a gap behind. How didn't he rub on my rear ender? Okay, right. Unlucky. Oh, stop turning to me. Right. Yeah. We blame the game. I am Genesis Magma Racing driver now. That's correct. And that's quite nice. There is damage, but you see there is a bug with this UI now. It says NA. But if you see damage NA, that means that we have damage, because the damage line wasn't there before. And you can still scroll through it. I'll do on the straight. You see, repair body. But it defaults to NA when you get damage. And then it disappears. Now it's only repair body and do not repair. And I think I'm gonna just save a bit of fuel here. And don't waste time, because people from behind could strike. Thank you, Mark. Thanks a lot. At the tiny pedal damage, I feel like it's very unreliable and kind of disconnected from what actually happens. By the way, fun fact. Did you know that the Cadillac rear wing is non-crashable, like you cannot remove it? The tire will fly off first, before the rear wing goes. The Valkyrie rear wing, or I think some other rear wing, is just so fragile. You might want to ask me, how do I know? I was in a server, Mulsanne layout of Le Mans. We were trying to do max top speed. The Valkyrie is quickest because the 7th gear on the Valkyrie is just much longer than on any other car. But then many cars just fully stall or hit rev limiter at 340. Poderania. Well, we have Colin and we have Jesper at Spa. At the moment, for 6 hours of Spa. They might grid the real life drivers for Genesis. The rotation, like the aero balance on Genesis, is really good. But it struggles overall in higher speed corners with the downforce. Driving WEC in the hypercars must be quite a fun experience. Saw it coming, the snap. You got to be really precise over those curbs. It wasn't that crucial with the Ferrari when I raced it. I was slightly wide, but he had a wobble as well, luckily. So what do we do now? I don't know if I feel like I should go for it. I'm just afraid he's gonna get luckier traffic at some point and pull a bit of a gap, and then I'm out of tow. Whoop. Nice catch. Oh, we're gonna get monumentally stuck now. I lifted just a bit too much. Yes, past 6 hours. I mean, it's gonna coincide with the Nürburgring 24, right? And we have two drivers doing that. IRL. But at least one entry will be present for sure, if not two. That was a terrible chicane. Turbo, thank you. Yeah, I need to do something here. Running out of time. And out of top speed. And I have oversaved the fuel already. Traffic into Indy. Mr. A, thank you, thank you. I don't think Koch killed anybody. Ah, that was unlucky. See the Ferrari dancing a little bit on the limit. A bit of understeer. Come on. 3 laps to go. Not like that. I'm pushing the tires a bit more now that I'm not lifting coasting. Okay, this corner is really good for me. That's great. Bit of toe. 5/10. He killed Godowski. Okay. We'll have to check the replay. Good chicane. Still 5/10. 4. Come on. I would need 2 extra cylinders. Again on the entry, but acceleration is slightly tough. Maybe he just has a really low downforce setup. The Genesis is quite nice. Well, it's LMDH, it doesn't like brakes, but aero balance is quite positive. It kind of feels like LMP2 to some extent. It's fun. We are just super close on pace. I need 4/10 max gap. Oh. Green cut, let's go, slipstream. Battle on. And now mind games on as well. We just need to be careful not to lose the 5 seconds to before. FPS, I'm running 144. And no, I was in many esports teams before. Like first actual team that worked together was Ghost Speed in FSR WC, but the first actual company team was ACR Zack Speed, and then I went Burst Sport, Rafa Racing Club, and now Genesis. But it's, I mean, we are kind of working with same guys for most of the time. Can we do something here, around the outside, like the draft? No. Ferrari. Why so fast? He just glides through the fourth chicanes in the end and I just struggle to rotate. Ooh, one to go. Bone on my tires. Well, if he cuts, I'm gonna cut as well. Is that all that I can do on the straight? Ay, 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 ay. No. Ay, 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 ay. I wanted to like maybe overshoot slightly and then have a closer exit, but I overdid it on the inside. That feels that feels horrendous. Don't unsubscribe. I normally do better than this. Okay. Full push. Still one chance. But I really didn't know what to do because he just is so quick on the straight that I was really short on options. But obviously locking up front right is not the greatest of things to do if you want to battle for P1. Oh. Don't give me a drive-thru, please. Thank you. That was a nice race. GG Koch. Good defense. Yeah, I kind of ran out of ideas what to do, and my best idea seemingly was to just go too late on the brake and lock up. Happens. Ah, yeah. Okay. Well, to those of you who are leaving, thank you for watching. Much appreciated. But I'm gonna check the replay as well. Those were 3 really good races. But guys, isn't this livery quite beautiful, huh? Like really good job. A bit dirty. But it is very like IRL, like a bit darker on the front. Maybe it's gonna be better if I do it like this. Better colors. Thank you, Jan. And thank you, Kayo. Thank you, Herman. Game effects at 100%. Dampers do make a difference in... Well, I don't keep it at 100%. But about damper, of course for quick oscillations it changes stuff, but I don't like damper too high, like 2, 3, 4%. Anyway, replay time. Well in DNF'd. Oh, that was... I mean, looking at how the racing went, I'm not surprised that some people DNF'd. But yeah, look at this. Start, alright. Actually, it was a really... If Paul didn't mess up that start, I would have quite a nice run, like, but then I lost position to... that's Livery, and then I lost extra positions. Dampers, friction, sine I don't even know. I can check. I mean, these game effects, I don't think those do anything, to be honest. I'm just quickly gonna... you cannot see. Okay, yeah. I just have it like this. I don't know if anything works. I don't think that's the case. Can you see? Is it readable? But anyway. Tutankhamu, GG. No, I think it was a good race. Now let's see what I could have done here. I left a bit more space than previous round on the start. Yeah, I mean, it was just a normal start. And this was beautiful because we had such a big toe. It was really looking good, except Livery had a bit of, like, he lost a bit of contact. And then they were battling and I was like, yes, this is gonna be so good. I'm gonna save fuel and gain positions. But then, you know, I have to, I don't know, I think I tried to make a move. And then, of course, somebody tries to kill, like, yeah, he would have absolutely killed me if I, like, this is my turning point. I should start turning in. There is no overlap yet. Yeah, I don't know. Obviously he made beautiful apex because I just moved away out of his lane. And then, out of maximum thankfulness, he tries to go around the outside and of course makes the move. And then, of course, it's just... Again, what was it? The disasters don't just happen, they are chain of critical events. Well, today I avoided the disaster at least. But you know, I don't know, like, when do you want to brake? Like, what are you thinking that's gonna happen? Like, what are you doing? Like, obviously you're gonna crash people off. I mean, in his fortune it was me on his outside, so I kind of knew what to do. And, well, he gave a bit extra space, he was probably not feeling too great about it. Isaac tried something. Well, I guess he was fearing about this barrier here at this point, so he was just happy to survive. But the acceleration on the curb is worse. Then, of course, trying around the outside, but that's not a good overtaking spot, so okay.
Then I kind of pulled away. And they had... how did they keep tires alive? I lived and coasted. I think that was the best of stuff that they could have done. Ooh. Oh, okay. Look at that snap. Guys, if... I know people are saying that you cannot feel anything on LMU, but if you cannot feel anything, how can you catch this? Like, you cannot catch this without FFB. 280 kph snap. He was able to do perfect correction. If FFB doesn't work, you cannot catch this. Well, 1 out of 1,000 maybe. But FFB must be pretty decent if you're able to catch that. At least on those limits. Of course, people are crying or moaning. I mean, we people are moaning about FFB in corners like this. In a situation like this, this is the FFB problem because it's just utterly horrendous. Tire response... FFB is fine, tire response is shitty. Anyway. 100 on front left. Yeah, I was able... Actually, that's super intriguing. I was like 90, 92 max, and then it was dropping down like 86 in the second stint on the front left. That's interesting. Maybe toe on the lift and coasting, but I was pushing quite a bit. I don't know what's the case here. I thought the Genesis is pretty bad on tires. This was nice, this was a reasonable choice from Livery. I was about to dive him anyway, so... And then... Let's see... Mardukovic already gone. I wanted to see... the fate. Ooh! Bonk! Oh, that's so easy to do. So easy. On this curb, it just kind of pulls you to the right. And then when you bonk that wall, it's a violent one. I guess he was starting to get the stutters here. Yeah, then the GPU. That's a GPU failure. That's the thing that I had at Qatar. And sometimes before at Spa and Fuji. In dailies. Qatar 10 hours, yeah, when we were battling against Verstappen sim racing. For the first time. At this point, his image froze. He could not have seen anything. Man, this is one of the worst glitches I've had in LMU. It's utterly terrible because your replay works. Physics works. Just the image is frozen because GPU driver crashes. So I was catching up, then we do pit lane. We have a bit of a bonk. Yeah, past lefts, I was better and better in high speed, I was surprised. Okay. That's a funny one. We did a bit of a squeeze there. Nice. What did Biller do then? Like... okay, it rotates enough. Just about enough. Should have filled up like 1 or 2% less. I was too safe. Then we would be... I would be ahead. I mean, it wouldn't have changed much. You would have overtook me anyway on the straight. Sim racing... Racing sim course. I mean, I'm sometimes deliberating what should I do about coaching and stuff. I don't think at the moment I'm... Well, there we go. Now I need to check. I need to check the lockup. I absolutely need to check my lockup because it was so terrible that I need to see it. Well, 3 times gained DR. That's nice. So let's see, replace. Load. Okay. I am deliberating what to do with coaching and stuff. But now with Genesis, I think I'm just gonna focus more on the esports aspect. And I mean, coaching would be more lucrative, of course, than making content. But at the same time, I think I'll rather invest a bit more energy on getting the content properly established
And then one day when I am too old for esports contracts, I can do coaching or any kind of courses. Other than that, I of course live stream courses every time. How do you move the camera around in replay or chase cam? Right, so there is a couple of options. Wait, I'm just trying to see. Okay, this one also. I don't need music for now. So you have numpad, and you have 9, 7, and then you have 6, 4, and then 5 centers it, and then 3 and 1. Okay, no, 8 is this. This is 2, and then 3 and 1 is a zoom in cameras like this. So it's gonna be difficult. Okay, if I do this now. Okay, this is 3, and this is 1. But on these cameras you cannot do it, but you can click U, which is free move enabled, and then you can assign buttons to do this. And then you can do this. And zoom in a bit. With the mouse you can free move. And then you've got kind of a nice screenshot. Although I have graphics, like with higher graphics and post effects, it looks a lot better. Now it looks kind of shitty. This looks like almost R Factor 1 with mods. Anyway. This was a move for P2, but then of course I got re-overtaken. Ace, thank you so much. Yeah, if your keyboard doesn't have numpad, you can still assign it to different buttons. It looks rather good, doesn't it? I mean, from some perspectives it's a bit too much going on, but in a way, from most angles, it's quite nice. From this perspective, it's good. And I pull out of slipstream, and I'm greeted by a thick wall of air. Here I was like, yeah, I just need to try something. If you're on the last lap battling here, this is the classic when you try to turn in and then you just turn into the guy on the inside, but I was luckily careful enough. He carried the speed, I left space. You're side by side here, you can kind of force the side by side into the Mulsanne hairpin, and then you have a chance, but I decided, I mean, I was forced to go back into the toe. And then I was like, yeah, I'm gonna brake in a way that I maybe just outbrake a little bit, and then he goes by, but I'm just right on his rear, so I can come back, but then the tire said, nope. Oh, this is the worst. And this is such a tricky braking zone, because normally you're braking from the left and you have your brake marker on these kind of lines that go across the track. But if you're on the inside, it's much earlier on these lines compared to the track side. Ivan, thank you for the sub. And then of course I go across the curb a bit. And I just feel like I need to keep decreasing brake pressure, also less rubber. And then I'm like, uh-oh, I'm not making the apex. And then I kind of keep squeezing the brake until it's too late. And then I get this little wiggle. And Paul says, thank you very much. See you next time. Oh, this feels so terrible. But okay. I was the first of the Genesis. Actually, I was the only Genesis on track anyway, in Split 1. Car is Alright. It does lack top speed. It does lack top speed, that's for certain. I'm just gonna quickly check one of his laps when he was alone. So yeah, he's doing 333. 333 for a race setup in race conditions is normal. I'm doing 329. The Genesis is lacking a bit of top speed. And I don't have bottoming, or like I could go rear wing 1. I have a bit higher than 1, of course, on the Go setup. But you don't gain 3 kph by a couple of clicks. You gain half kph, 1 kph. Yeah, this is kind of almost like Glickenhaus territory of top speed, or Van Val is slower. Van Val is hopeless. Yeah, well, you gambled, but at the same time, you could gamble, right? Because you knew that you had the top speed. You could somehow come back, even if you are on the back foot out of the hairpin. But I could not be ahead. I could either be behind or alongside, but not too close, because then I run out of space here. And I pull out here of the toe and I just stop accelerating. It's just so difficult when you have like 4 kph less top speed. Like I would have to catch here and then you defend, I go around the outside and we go into the apex and we both die. So maybe better that we are here P2 and P3. Anyway. That's it for today. It's been a stream. It's been a first stream as a Genesis Magma Racing esports driver. What a day! What a time to be alive! It's great to see like teams, also Team Vitality or some other teams, Williams, Ferrari. Like they are still in this. They're doing it for the fun, for the content, for a bit of exposure. There is not really much esports going on in a way that it would be big broadcast, but it's, you know, there is a lot of players in LMU. It's a popular sim. It's gonna get more and more popular. So why not just keep going? And it's a pretty nice thing. So, yep. On Saturday, in 2 days, I drive Bathurst in Air Factor 2 with Trans Am Pontiac Firebird historic road. I always forget what's the name. Racing Sports Championship, whatever. Right. Thank you everyone for the cheers, for the support. It's a nice day. Cheer for Genesis on track. Gonna be, well, they need some development, right? But gonna be a fun race at Spa. 6 hours of Spa in WEC. See you for Trans Am. You know what? The more I drive LMU, the more I'm like, I would like some more Air Factor too. Just a little bit for between. Maybe I squeeze in some. I don't want to say, but maybe I do a Formula Sim Racing race during this season. If I get a reserve drive, I want a bit of F1 experience again. Anyway, vroom indeed. Thank you again. Have a nice one. Bye bye.